Okay, I'm back, chat. I'm sorry. I know we've been stalling a while. I know. I'm sorry. But I'm here. We are ready to go. All right. It is time to finish the Bloodborne run. I'm full of energy today. I'm ready to go. Oh, wait, you guys can't see the splits. Hold on. Sorry, I took them off because we were watching that video before. All right. We're still on Bloodborne. Yeah, so last night I decided to do the Chalice dungeons, which was maybe not my best idea. Well, okay, like the thing is, honestly, I probably would have had an easier time just beating the game 2 extra times to get the resource. Like, I should have just went into New Game Plus and then did the Chalice dungeons, because it's actually a lot harder to get through the Chalice dungeons in New Game compared to New Game Plus, because when you go into New Game Plus, you can buy a bunch of, like, the materials you need, which helps you get through a lot faster. But it's all right. We probably only have like an hour left of Bloodborne. I thought it would be cool to do the Yharnam Queen, because people, I don't know, all the time when I play Bloodborne, people are like, are you gonna do Chalice dungeons? Or are you gonna do all bosses dissed? I'm like, no, I'm not. Shut up. And then this time I was like, all right, fine. I'm actually gonna do the Chalice dungeons. That never happened. It does definitely happen. What do you mean it's never happened, bruh? I'm glad you guys like the thumbnail on YouTube. Can thank Ryut for that one. I'm not gonna do the cum chalice, no. I'm not ready for the cum. The thing is, we do need to pick up 3 pearl slugs. How's the chair? I really like this chair. Pretty fucking nice, honestly. Toilet bitch! Yo, Mr. Oreo, thank you for the 3-year resub, man. Yeah, I got the Herman Miller embody. Honestly, I felt like a fucking crazy person spending so much on a goddamn chair, but it is really nice. I mean, I'm sure you can get chairs that are cheaper that are still just as nice, though. But it feels good. I like how the fucking charge attack uses so much stamina that you can't even... It uses so much stamina you can't even take the fucking riposte, bro. I mean, if I had more endurance, it'd probably be fine. Bastard, let me do my super slow charge attack, man. Alright, fine, whatever, just die. You went with a $100 office chair? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've used some pretty cheap chairs before for like extended periods of time. I mean, I don't know. This chair is really nice. I mean, it was fucking very expensive though for a goddamn chair, but I do sit in my chair all day every day, so. How much? It was like fucking 2K. Although the worst part is, I'm pretty sure a day after I bought the fucking chair, they have a 20% off deal now. So I could have saved like 400 bucks. So yeah, fuck me, I guess. You can message them and they'll refund you the sale difference. Really? You think so? I guess maybe I should shoot them an email.
How sad this is. If only our life was so easily forfeit.
We get to see her in 4K now. Oh my god. Hold on.
Son.
Look how there's always people who have never seen this before. $4K feet. Okay, let's get out of here. Good God. Okay. Yeah, so we are.
Holy shit, this
I
is
figured,
so hot.
chat, we could fight some of the bosses that I've never fought before. Like we could do. I never actually fought Lauren Silverbeast or Lauren Darkbeast. I don't think. I never actually did those dungeons because they weren't ever like required for all bosses. All right. So, what, do we have any base game bosses left? I think we did everything. Speedrun, by the way. I mean, whatever, man. I just wanted to play more Bloodborne on 4K because it's so fucking sick. We could have already beaten this game like hours ago if we just used the saw cleaver and just fucking rush through everything. Alright, so is this the right one? Is this Lower Loran? I think it is. Alright, well, first off, let's finish the Defiled Chalices. We actually have 3 more DLC bosses left. We still have to fight Maria, Orphan, and Lawrence. How do we do this one? Honestly, Chad, I kind of want to play more Bloodborne, like, after the marathon. It is so nice playing this, dude, playing this game on emulator with, like, 60 FPS, 4K res. It looks so fucking good. It looks, honestly, like... It looks like fucking Elden Ring. Chill, guys. You just don't stop swinging, man. And he's at 1 fucking health, you piece of shit, bro. This is the gameplay of the world's best speedrunner. Listen, bro, I'm just enjoying playing Bloodborne right now. I'm not even going the right way, and I don't even care. Honestly, this marathon's gonna take like fucking weeks anyways. I'm in no rush. All right. False advertisement. Dude, it's just this... the game looks so fucking good. It's just crazy. Damn, chill, girl. This guy's gonna shoot me. All right, all right. Let's just go. Let's go to where the boss is. Oh, this is where I just was, I'm pretty sure. That's fine. Sekiro FPS unlocker. I mean, the game runs at 60 FPS already. I mean, you could do that, sure. I've never played with, like, FPS unlocker. Thought she was gonna get me. This is world's best. Uh-huh. It's gonna charge me. Charge again. He does an attack afterwards, right? Yeah, it's pretty delayed though. Of course he's gonna charge while I'm under him. Of course. Honestly, this fight isn't that bad. I feel like it depends what weapon you're using, though. The weapon, like, you can, if you have a weapon with long range on this fight, you can kind of just play the range and, like, hit him in the head. And if you break his head open, his head can be broken, and then it starts taking, like, double damage, and it's fucking insanely good, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. So when he does that, he actually recovers his limbs. Again? He really likes that move. that didn't kill me. Oh. Weapon at fucking risk. Oh, what is that attack? Why does my weapon have to be broken? Fuck, dude. If my weapon didn't break, I actually would have killed him there. That's the worst part. I would have easily done enough damage to kill him there if my weapon didn't break. It's not even copium, bro. When your weapon breaks, you do like half damage. I'm pretty sure I've probably seen him do that attack before at some point. I imagine. What is that fucking... Bro, he didn't even touch me, man. What the hell, dude? R2 the dog in the head? Yeah, but this weapon is... The fucking range is dog shit, bro. Like, I'm just gonna be missing like 80% of my fucking hits. Stop doing that, man. It's weird how that attack... Okay, I wanted... Man, if only... I bet if I had the saw... I bet...
Awesome choice, stranger.
I bet if I had the saw cleaver, that would work. So, okay, so anyways, what I was saying is you can like chain stun this guy if you just go from limb to limb. Because every time his limb gets staggered, every time you break his like leg, he gets staggered, and then you can go to the next leg. And I feel like I don't know, maybe because I was spamming transform attacks, I didn't do enough. I feel like with some weapons you could probably just permanently just like keep staggering him. I should have been more careful there though. Oh, that actually hit me. After he gets staggered, He does that attack. The fucking range of this shit is so annoying. How is that not a... Trying to go for the back leg. Man, this fucking blows with this weapon. This is actual ass, dude. And my weapons, dude. I gotta take off. I gotta take off this fucking gem, dude. This gem is awful. I wonder how close, like, we are for this weapon. Actually, it's okay. Change the weapon. I don't have the materials to change my weapon. Yeah, we have a gem that has like lower durability down. All right. I mean, I can try to hit him in the head instead. I just... Wow. That is such a good attack when he does that. Okay. And it might be better for me to go for the head, actually. I think it is still better for me to go for the head. I'm dead. Fuck you, bro. Oh my god. This fucking I hate how he just spams the charge. It's so fucking annoying. That's all he does, man. Benjamin, thank you for the 79 months. For anybody who wants to come in here and flame me about speedrunning, listen, we don't normally do the defiled chalices in the speedrun. Unless you're doing all achievements. But if you're doing all achievements, you're also way more overpowered. Because you're using the saw cleaver. And you're like level 200. Dude, my weapon's probably gonna... actually, it's probably fine. What about the cum dungeon? I can't go to the cum dungeon. I'm not allowed. Can you actually dodge that attack, like, roll? Can you actually roll through that attack? Because I know I'm definitely rolling too early there. I'm rolling too early, but at the same time, I don't know, like, maybe if I rolled later, I actually could roll through it. It's just, most of the time, I prefer to dodge that, like, you can just dodge, if you react to it fast enough, you don't have to, like, you can just roll out of the way of it, rather, like, just... Like you're getting out of the way of the attack rather than rolling through the attack. Which is what I prefer to do, but... I'm dead again. What am I doing, dude? So dodging... Yeah, but there's a difference, though. There's a difference between getting out of the way of an attack and rolling through an attack. I don't know if you can actually roll through that attack. I feel like every single time I dodge it, it's because I get out of the way of it. I mean, we can try to roll through it. We can test, I guess. I don't think it works, though. But let's see. Well, you definitely can't roll into him. Whatever. Just let's kill him. Just play it really safe. God, bro. See, this is the thing. It's like fucking attacking the head is all. I don't know, man. This is fucking super annoying, man. I have to be so close to him to fucking hit him in the head, and if he does that fucking fire attack, it's just so annoying. The thing is, charge R2s with this weapon are just fucking ass. I'm not gonna fucking hit him with it. I have to be like, fucking hugging him.
Very
just
good indeed.
hit it to fucking hit him with anything. This weapon just has no range. And like, if I went for the charge R2 there and he did his charge attack, I would have just died. And also, I don't build like any beast meter when I'm hitting him in the head. Doing? What the fuck is that? He just did like a fart attack or something. Can still break one of his legs. Oh, that's good. I can't really punish him there. Oh wait, I didn't actually break the leg. Oh, Jesus. God, we did it. Wow. Yippee. Okay. Why were you going for the head? Because somebody in chat convinced me to go for the head. It's chat's fault, as it's always chat's fault. Didn't I play Bloodborne yesterday? Yeah, I just didn't finish it because I decided to do the Chalice dungeons.
Stranger,
which, honestly, I probably shouldn't have done, but whatever. We're here now. That's what we're doing.
Gammon away. Very well then.
Landing the R2 on the head with the stake drivers giga damage? Well, yeah, of course it is, but like, you actually need to hit him in the head with it, which, like, fucking good luck. Can't wait for that fight in the half HP dungeon. This is the half HP dungeon, bro. Doggy, please. I'm probably dead. Whatever. Oh, I guess not. I guess I'm fine. When is this speedrun gonna start? Oh, you're so funny. You're such a funny fucking chatter, dude. So original. Alright. Alright, so there is a loop strat you can do for this boss, chat. If you get next to this... If you get next to this hand, they'll keep spamming the stomp attack. At least that's the idea. he doing? Oh, I'm dead. Never mind. Somehow he missed me. God, I fucking hate when he starts doing this attack. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Okay. Really fucking like that, don't you, buddy?
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Okay, easy chat. First try. Not even difficult. Only the defiled watchdog went like that. All right. Oh, fuck. I don't have a living string? Shit.
Gammon. Very well. Farewell.
Playing Bloodborne for the first time. Yeah, it's my first playthrough, dude. All right. We need to go. We need to go get the living string. Yeah, there's just no winning with chat though, because like I could finish Bloodborne in 2 hours easily. It's funny because like I rush through the game and then people are like, why didn't you do the Chalice dungeons, Dist? Why didn't you do the Chalice dungeons? And then I do the fucking Chalice dungeons. Everyone's like, oh, you're so fucking slow. This run's taking forever, bro. It's like, okay, well, fucking fuck me for doing the Chalice dungeons then. All right, let's go get that string. The chalices are not fast. In no way, shape, or form are they fucking fast. Especially with the goddamn stake drivers. I mean, the stake driver's not bad, but... It's just the range is like the main issue with this weapon, I feel like.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Alright, here we go. Fully beast metered charge attack. Not bad. Yo, whale time. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Sorry, I've been like kind of slacking on the resubs. Blade of Cost, thank you for the Prime sub. Credosian, thank you for the 18 months. Next Run, thank you for the 26. Edge, thank you for the 14 months. Il Cooper, thank you for the 5 gifted. Maximilian, thank you for the 68 months. Benjamin, thank you for the 79. Arthur Fleck, thank you for the 4 months. Ahmed, thank you for the sub. Grimmy. Jen, thank you for the resub. Steingrasp, Mr. Oreo Dunkins. Imperium of Ash, William, Trick Without a Sleeve. UFO Planted Lamb, Chameleon, 5 Drip, M12. Oh, Ain was here. Ain, thank you for the resub. I don't know if you're here anymore. Gagbot, Clackers, Stevie Baby, V8. Thank you guys. Trance, thank you for the 65 months. I'm pretty sure I thanked like half of those subs, but whatever. I know I missed a lot. Too Rich doesn't care about subs. Bro, I was dying to the goddamn fire dog and chat was flaming me, alright? I was getting double flamed. I'm sorry for not fucking checking the resubs. Alright, where are we going? Okay. We made the Great Thumeru E-Hill dungeon. I kind of want to try this dungeon, chat. The lower Loran. Yo, Ink Eyes, thank you for the Prime sub. I'm just gonna die and chat's just gonna be flaming me the whole fucking time though. I've never fought fucking difficult Parl. I'm scared. Chat's just gonna fucking trigger the shit out of me, bro. I don't know. We'll try it, but hold on. We're gonna go do the DLC for a little bit. Ots did Lauren Darkbeast for 18 hours. Jesus Christ. I do not know how to fight Parl at all. So like, I don't know. We might actually need to save. Maybe we save that for another. Like after the marathon or something. Was that on BL4? Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess that would make more sense that it's on BL4. I don't think it's that hard otherwise, but...
A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. Liberate you from your wild curiosity.
Damn, Maria. You missed that? Oh! Damn, that was kind of satisfying. Sorry, we kind of killed her too fast, but... Someone last night who spent 9 hours fighting their first ever Maria. Well, yeah, I mean... If you use Beast Blood pellets, you can bully the shit out of her. I mean, even if I didn't use Beast Blood pellets, she still would have gotten wrecked. but not nearly as fast. The thing about Beast Blood pellets that is so OP for Maria is that you can kill her before she, like, phase 3 of Maria is the hardest part. Phase 3 of Maria is the hardest part, and you can basically just skip that phase. Holy shit, Jack! Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Thank you, Jack. Also, I didn't realize that apparently gifted subs are 35% off right now. I need to make sure to gift my sub. I need to gift my, because I'm gifting 1 sub for every 5 subs from you guys. So I need to make sure to gift my subs before that promotion ends. Do the well sharks. Alright, yeah, I'll do the fucking well sharks. You guys always ask me to do the fucking well sharks. I'll do the fucking well sharks. Thank you for the 50, Jack. Thank you, man. That's gonna hit me. Dude, how is that not a backstab? I'm dead. That's great. Dude, I would have killed them if I got that fucking backstab, but somehow I was like so out of stamina. Alright. Let's try again. Thank you again for the gifted subs, Jack. And Exile Commander, thank you for the prime sub, dude. Alright, you fuck. The hitboxes are so... What the fuck? Can you not backstab them? What is going on here? Wow, he's so weak though. Holy crap, this guy has like no health at all. Viewer bet 100 gifted subs to kill the sharks, and when he lost, he disappeared in the Hobbs chat. Big fucked. Okay. Michael, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you, Michael. Oh, you know what? I want to go... I don't know why I teleported away there. Just followed him into Hobbs chat and got him banned there too. Did I? Actually, yeah, I kind of remember that. Hey, Nide, thank you for the 49 months. Corey, thank you for the 8 months. Thought I'm wearing a FaZe hoodie. No, I'm wearing a Team Ninja hoodie. Let me up! Come on, baby. You know, it's weird though. For some reason, these brain ladies drop less blood echoes than the ones in the other area. Also, I didn't... Dude, what am I doing? I activated the elevator, but I didn't open the door. Just want to do the skip again. I'm scared I'm gonna mess up the skip. Now we got it. Let's see if we can get another. Let's see if we can get a gem. Frenzy is such a shit mechanic, dude. God, it's so stupid. Fucking Miyazaki, you piece of shit. The fuck were you thinking with this fucking mechanic? It's actually so fucking stupid. Okay, I'm fine with Frenzy doing 70 or 80% of your health. What I'm not fine with is the fact that it just randomly fucking damages you. Like, oh, time to just randomly lose half of my health on top of the frenzy building up. Oh, that looks like a good one. Come on, baby. Never mind. Ah, whatever, dude. Oh yeah, why the fuck? My hat's bugging out. Now I have tiny hat. All right, hold on, chat. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. This is gonna be like the longest Bloodborne run I've ever done in a marathon. These fucking chalices, man. Do we try the Loran chalice, chat? I mean, I don't know, dude. This Bloodborne, this is gonna be like an 8-hour Bloodborne run at this rate. All right, well, I'll be right back.
Oh.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, people keep asking in chat. They're like, "Where can I get Bloodborne? How can you link me how to play it? How to play on the emulator?" I'm like, "Bruh, this is not the place to ask." Tarzan, thank you for the 45 gifted subs, dude. Holy shit, thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, you liked my YouTube thumbnail. Well, you can thank Ryut for that, my editor. He's the one who makes all my thumbnails. Hello, Flyments. Honestly, I'm probably one of Sony's biggest supporters, bro. I have like I think I've bought like fucking 6 PlayStations. And I've probably bought Bloodborne like 5 fucking times. I'm not trying to save anything, I'm just saying. Because I bought a regular PlayStation, I bought a regular PS4, and then I bought a PS4 Pro, and then I bought like another PS4 Pro so I could jailbreak it. Or actually, no, I think it was like, I bought a regular PS4, then I bought an old firmware regular PS4, then PS4 Pro came out, and I bought that, and then I bought an old firmware PS4 Pro, and then I bought a PS5, and then I bought the PS5 Pro. That's the thing, right? Dude, I don't even know. I'm getting it all mixed up. And then I bought an old firmware PS5 so I could also jailbreak it. So I think that's 7 PlayStations that I've bought. Am I sure talking about jailbreaking PlayStation a good thing? Dude, plenty of people do it. It's not like... Did I buy one that was already jailbroken? No. Die! These are fucking crazy, bro.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
I'm not trying to boast. I'm just saying generally when it comes to emulation, like emulation is generally fine if you own a copy of the game. I mean, I don't know, that at least that's my understanding of it. I'm no fucking expert, but like generally with emulation, if you own your own copy of the game, then it is fine. And my point is that I've bought Bloodborne 1,000,000 times and I've bought 1,000,000 PlayStations. It's not like I'm just like never played Bloodborne and I'm just like emulating it. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go for this. Maybe up the ladder. And they really like using this bridge. It's a nice looking bridge though, to be honest. It even has bridge physics. Bro, what? Oh, what the fuck is this? Weapon at risk. God damn it. I've never done this dungeon before, by the way, chat, so that's why I have no idea where I'm even going. Hopefully this is where the switch is. Does not look like this is where the switch is. Go west. Ah, yes. Let me just fucking pull out my compass. No problem. I have killed the queen in the Chalice dungeons, but this isn't where the queen is. We already made the final Chalice. The thing is, chat, like I've never done the Loran, the Ailing Loran Chalice, because it's not required for all achievements. I never really found a reason to do it. I mean, we could put on the HP gradually depletes. I don't know, how bad is -8? I mean, that's like fucking barely anything. Whatever, honestly, that's fine. That's like nothing. Hey, Too Smooth, thank you for the $10, man. The lack of emphasis and game preservation makes emulation the only option. Yeah, for plenty of old games, it is the only way because, yeah, some publishers just don't care. They're like, oh, we're moving on to the you know, the big new shiny game, but fuck the old stuff. Which is really dumb. Kind of a shame, honestly. I mean, fuck, God, I imagine a world where, like, wait, did this just go in a circle? It did. Why does this go in a circle like that? You know, imagine a world where 10 or 20 years from now, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 are now the Nintendos of, like, you know, they're just they're running out, like, well, okay, maybe the supply of, like, PS4 or PS5 won't, like, dwindle, but you never know. I mean, hardware just goes bad and stuff. You know, imagine 10 or 20 years from now, the only way to play Bloodborne is to, like, or not the only way, but the most realistic way is just to emulate it. Like, they just never release, like, a remaster. I don't know. Fucking at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. 5090 is gonna cost 5K. I saw the article about that, but, like, is that actually true, or is that just rumors? I fucking hope it's not true. My God. Wait, we're just back here. Or wait, this is where I don't know what I'm doing, dude. Dude, fuck AI, man. AI bros are the new crypto bros. Yeah, but crypto bros, like, they're annoying, but at least they didn't like, it didn't have an effect on fucking gaming. It did? Video cards? Okay, you know what? You're right. You're right. It did have an effect on video cards. You're actually right. Because of fucking Bitcoin farms. Bro, what is this fucking enemy? Dude, what the fuck is this fucking enemy, bro? He's hitting me with this fucking giant dick. Oh, it's a dead body. The fuck, man? No, you guys are right. You guys are right. And I guess it's the even more fucked up thing is right after I feel like GPU prices started to normalize and like the crypto stuff became less of an issue. Now you have fucking AI. Alright, I gotta kill this fucking guy. I gotta get my revenge. I was like stuck in the fog wall. Okay, chill. Relax. One hit at a time with this guy. Unless he does that attack. What's he doing? Yeah, see, one hit only. I went for 2 hits and I got punished. Damn, that was fast. I've never seen him do that. I need to go back and refill my vials. It's kind of a shame that Bloodborne has so many cool bosses and enemies that are just completely locked behind the Chalice dungeons. And I feel like half of the player base has just never seen the Chalice dungeon content.
Gammon. Very well.
Including me. I mean, I've done majority of the Chalice dungeon content. I mean, I've done every unique boss as far as I'm aware. But like, I never did this Chalice dungeon because it wasn't required for all achievements. And it's just a stronger version of Parl. As far as I'm aware, I don't think the Abriatus and Parl in like the Iz and Loran chalices are, I don't think they're any different. I think they're just a lot stronger. How long does it take to do all the dungeons? I mean, it depends what you're doing. Excuse me, gentlemen. Fucking enemy is so scary. Why are you doing these? Because I felt like it. Honestly, dude, playing Bloodborne at 60 FPS and 4K resolution is just... It feels so fucking good. I kind of feel like this isn't the right way. Yeah, but I don't really care about 120 FPS. It's like Duskblood's this way. Duskblood's is going to look way worse than this. There's no... because of Switch 2, but... Bro, where the fuck... Yo, Cypher, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs, man. What can you buy here? Sinister Lower Loran? Thank you so much, Cypher. Thank you, dude. I mean, I'm sure Dustbuds is still gonna look good because FromSoft has like very good art direction. But yeah, it's probably the game's probably gonna be running at 1080p or maybe 720p. I don't know. What does surely 1080p the Switch 2 can do, right?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Benrada, thank you for the 10 gifted, the 20 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Wait a sec, what the f- Wait a second, I went into the oh my god, what am I doing, bro? I went into the fucking side bonus area. What am I doing? Oh god, I'm going backwards. Potential Night Rain. I mean, maybe we could put Night Rain in the marathon, but just like it'll be like win one match or something. Like beat one boss, cause I don't want to do all the bosses. Just gonna take too fucking long.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Holy shit, this is so hot. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Zil Cooper. Thank you, man.
An awesome choice, stranger. Stranger.
Wait, this... Now I'm even more confused. The main area links to the... Bro, what is this fucking dungeon? The fucking main... I'm so confused. The main area links to the bonus area? I am definitely lost. I don't have a goddamn clue where I'm going. I haven't done this dungeon before. I'm dead.
Oh, Elden Ring.
Yeah, the dungeons I'm doing right now are fixed. Oh, we found it. Dude, this Charge R2 does so much damage to these guys. I guess the Charge R2 does what, pierce damage or something? I don't know. There's damage types in this game. I don't know if I can't remember if the weapons actually tell the damage type though. Do they? I don't think they do. On the right? Does it? But that's our damage reduction. That's not our weapon. I guess I guess it doesn't say on the weapon. I don't know. Oh yeah, right. It's just there. I guess it can do all. Chill, bro. He's so big, actually. What the fuck? You're right. Chill, bruh. It's so hard to fucking see anything. Holy shit. Dude, let me hit your fucking leg, man! Yes! Okay, well, I mean, that fight's not that bad. I almost feel like him being super big makes it kind of easier to, like, dodge his attacks, weirdly enough. Yeah, he's fucking massive, though. Oh, wow. Did I get a tier 20 gem? Oh yeah. Add slow poison. Wow. Crazy. Damn, we already hit bonus. Okay. Good. All right, guys. Let's go kill Yarnum Queen. Wait, did I make Yarnum Queen? I thought I did. All right, I think I made it here. Oh yeah, Thumeru Ehil. All right, we're gonna go do Yarnum Queen. And then we will finish the DLC and beat the game, finally. Yes, we are gonna go slay the queen. Don't I have the Great Is Chalice? Yeah, but that's just Well, I mean, I guess we could do that chalice too. All right, wait, you know what? We don't need to kill anything. I actually know where I'm going here because I have a guide. Oh. You want another video game? Well, we're gonna play a new game soon. Don't worry, little guy. I want to do more Bloodborne after the marathon is over, because this feels so nice playing this game like this. I know I've said it like 100 fucking times. You guys are probably tired of me fucking saying this, but it feels so good. I want to do some like rando. God damn it. Okay, that's my bad. Fucking enemy, man. Yeah, this boss fucking sucks. He just, like, he has the most fucking terrible parry windows I've ever seen. Like, you have to parry him as he starts the attack, like the frame he starts the attack. Like, the only way to parry this guy is just to like spam the fucking button. Like there's no... Okay, that's not completely true. Some of his attacks actually have proper parry windows, but not... Like that one has a proper parry window, but some of them are really messed up. Oh, this is easy. You bitch! He put his ass up against the wall, man. It was easy. And then it wasn't. He does so much damage. Oh, dude. Bro, I just wanted to pick up my fucking blood and go. Oh, I should have just killed him. I should have just tried to fight him. Oh my god, dude. He's so aggressive. I just can't. Oh, I hate this enemy. All right. I'm dead again. There is, from what I remember, so I did a blood level 4 all achievements run, and I remember I did this fight, and I ended up finding like a pretty good way of dealing with this guy. Like I think I don't remember what it was though. I remember there was some strategy that I did that once I figured this fight out, it felt not bad actually. But I don't really remember what it was. I think my strat was to just always preemptively roll to the right. Like, regardless. No, this fucking instant attack that he does is so fucking bullshit. Like, look at that parry. It's because he did the like instant. I don't know. This guy's parry windows are just cursed as fuck. It's so dumb. like, like, it's so dumb that just spamming, I'm not even kidding, just spamming shot is like the best strat for this guy because half of his fucking moveset instantly hits you. So it's like, half of his attacks are unreactable. So if you just spam shoot, you'll just hit parries on him. It's so dumb. The Bloodborne run that's gonna take longer than Elden Ring. I don't know about that. Elden Ring takes a fucking long time, man. Yeah, this has been a very long Bloodborne run. I mean, it's just because of the chalices, though. Yeah, I need to update the counter for the. Let me just throw a rock at me. It's Naked Man. Naked roly-poly man. Yeah, I've done the cut content chalices before. I mean, they're kind of scuffed, but I mean, it's cool to see. Kill bro. Hard to build beast meter against this guy. Oh wait, I also have minus 10% attack against beasts. Isn't it helping? Should make a command for games already played and games to come. Well, I don't want you guys to know what games are coming. It needs to be a surprise. But having like a list of games that I already did during the marathon is probably not a bad idea. Did I do an RE marathon yet? No, we're gonna be doing like a Resident Evil story marathon before RE9 comes out. Probably like a week or two before RE9 comes out, we'll do our Resident Evil marathon. There's really no reason to do it yet, because the game's still like 2 months away. I mean, we're gonna be doing Resident Evil games in this marathon as well. But only the ones that I've speedrun. I mean, we already did Resident Evil 3 Remake yesterday, chat. It was great. Yeah, very funny, Ryut. Resident Evil games are short as fuck, though. Oh, excuse me. Kind of want some, like, coffee or something. It sounds kind of nice. 1 week seems like too little time. Yeah, probably like 2 weeks, I guess. I don't know, though. The games are pretty short, chat. Like... Holy shit. Kinda hurt though. I think it's on like the third part of the baby cry. Toilet bitch. This fucking baby, this fucking grab baby cry mechanic is so stupid. I don't actually know how it works. I think it's the third cry of the baby that stuns you. I don't know. Are you fighting her at max health? Because that's how it works. I don't think, I mean, maybe, is there a defiled chalice with the queen in it? Oh no. I think I got the timing on the baby dodge. I was a little greedy there. Hey, I was dodging it. I failed one dodge and then it all fell apart. It doesn't help that she can be attacking you and then the baby can also just be crying at the same time. So it's like you have to dodge her attacks, but then you just get hit by the grab and you die anyways. I feel like you need to just keep your distance against her. Okay, I should just be spamming R1. Dodge that. My God, we hit a backstab! The miracle! My God, we hit another backstab! Come on, give me one more. Okay. Is that a strat? Can you just chain backstabber? All right. Well, goodbye, Yarnum Queen. We did it, guys. We did the chalices. Yay. Oh. I mean, technically, there's still one more chalice with Abriatus, but do we even have the supplies for that? Ah, yes, the Great is chalice. I mean, I guess we could do it.
Gammon away. Very well. Farewell, good.
Am I doing an all achievements run? No, I just thought it would be fun to do the chalices in this run for a change. Fun and chalice dungeons in the same sentence. Gonna be overleveled for the DLC. I mean, whatever, dude. DLC is not very concerned about the DLC. Alright, fuck it. We'll do the Great Is Chalice. We've already came this far. What's one more chalice? I've never done this one before, so... How were the defiled chalices? I got stuck on the fucking watchdog for like half an hour. And chat kept flaming me. It was great. Lovely, lovely time. Chat's fault again. Yeah, it's always chat's fault. Don't you know? How it works. Oh, this was a pretty easy lever to find. Chat force you to use that weapon? No. I actually like the stake driver, Yui. For the chalice dungeons, it's been kind of ass though, I'm not gonna lie. I think the stake driver's decent. Yesterday you liked the chalice dungeons? I still like the chalice dungeons. I'm just saying, I like how the boss is this fucking shit enemy. Damn it, bro, he's spamming. Oh well, that was not good. He's sucking me. I'm spamming R1! We've done it. Is this a speedrun still? I mean, kind of, not really. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. Jesus. This might actually be the right way. Oh my god, it is! I'm probably not making it out of here. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. Just kill them first, you know? Or you could just die. I actually like the chalices though. I genuinely do. I mean, what I like about the chalices in this game is that they add a lot of like replayability past post game. Like, there's actual upgrades and things to go for outside of just beating the game. Which I personally think is very nice. Yeah, I mean, the charge attack on Stake Driver is super fun, but yeah, I mean, just... Stake Driver is actually a decent weapon if you just spam R1. And if you do the charge, the non-transformed charge attack, it's actually not bad. I don't know why I'm killing these guys. All right, let's find the last. We're almost done, chat. If any of you guys are getting bored of Bloodborne, we will be moving on to the next game shortly. Can we go through here? This is not the right way. Now I need to know what's in this chest since I opened it. Oh, 3 yellow backbone. Wow. Well, shit. This is not the right way. When does the new Lords of the Fallen come out, actually? I thought I saw... Oh wait, it was right here. This is just the Happy New Year, Dragon. All right. Dude, come the fuck on. He fucking pushed me into the goddamn boulder. Oh my god, man. Ugh. Ugh. Am I trolling? No, I'm not fucking trolling. Yes, I love dying to the boulder. Haha, it's so funny. It's so much fun dying to this boulder. I love it. Maybe the lever's up here. Yo, Arkaville, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you, man. Oh, we found it. This game looks so good in 60 FPS. Well, if you want the game to look even better or see how good it looks on my screen, if you go to my YouTube stream, I'm streaming on 4K resolution. What do you mean add? What do you mean add? Fucking what do you mean add? I'm not advertising anything. I'm advertising my YouTube stream, I guess. I'm just saying you can see how good it fucking looks. Because at least on YouTube, you can stream at a high bitrate. I'm streaming at 60k bitrate on YouTube. Meanwhile, fucking at measly 8k on Twitch. Hello, Abriatus. Doesn't seem like she has that much health. We're definitely still just gonna destroy her. Well, we were on track, but... It did a lot of damage. I might have gotten counter hit by her there, I don't know. Looks insane, but YouTube chat ain't the same. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's totally fair. Yeah, there's also a lot more delay on YouTube, but... I'm dead. Never mind. I'm in her ass. Whatever. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Get me out of here. I'm dead. I don't even know what just happened, dude. I just like phased through her. Dude, I was trying to run out of her ass, and then I like fucking clipped through the front side of her. I'm not trolling. Why do you keep asking that? All right, I got her this time. Oh my god. We did it. Sorry, Abriatus. Goodbye. He was trolling so he gets to look at 4K Bloodborne more. I mean, that's the whole reason I did the Chalice dungeons. So I could just play this game for longer, because it looks so fucking good. And I just... I just wanted to play more. Could I beat Ella and Garfield card? Isn't that game just completely RNG? How many games do we have left? Oh, I don't know, just like 35 or 40 or 50. You know, not that many. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink, chat, before we do Orphan. Oh yeah, let me fix the goal as well.
You print money. I like money.
Yo, Sir Diox, thank you for the 23 months, man. Wolfbrin, thank you for the 2 months. The Sister Fister. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. Hello, Halaron. Use the pellet. Bro, what is... What is that hitbox? Show us how to parry him? I'm not that good at parrying him, to be honest. Easy parry. Remember this boss in my torch only run? Yeah, torch only is pretty rough.
Returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse. A bottomless sea. Accepting of all that there is and can be.
God damn, this Bloodborne run took fucking forever, though. This Bloodborne run took as long as the first 4 games combined. Just because of the chalices, though. Whatever, it's fine. We did chalices. We did all of the chalices. Well, all of the main ones. Which, I've never done a few of those. This cutscene might not work. I think I might crash. If it's anything like the emulator or the console version, yeah, I think it's fucked. Yeah, we did the Defiled Chalice, we did Lower Ailing Loran, we did Great Thumeru, and we did the Great Is Chalice. Normally, I never do the Ailing Loran or the Great Is, or the normal Ailing Loran Chalice either. Okay, yeah, it crashed. There's a mod to prevent the crashes. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. The thing is, most of the cutscenes work fine, but I guess not. It's just Lawrence and Ludwig for some reason that we're having issues. Yeah, we fought the Queen, we fought the Queen, we fought Loran Darkbeast, we fought the Abriatus, we also fought what was the boss? Oh yeah, Aberrant Beast. That took me a little while. Can I not skip the cutscene? Oh fuck, dude. Wait, maybe I have to install the mod? Lawrence cutscene fix. Oh. I might just have to go to 30 FPS, chat. Fantastic emulation, huh? Are you implying that because this cutscene doesn't work, that it's not good? It's actually an issue with the 60 FPS, not the emulator. After we trigger the boss fight, we can go back to 60 FPS. Oh, you meant it. Okay. Sorry, I thought you... I just assume everybody's being sarcastic. Alright. Let me restart the game. And the screeches back up? Okay. Really trying to make Bloodborne last as long as I can. Alright, Florence, it's time to die. Hold on, just wait a little bit. Yo, Ripsicles, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. This speedrun question mark, yep. This is the fastest Bloodborne run you'll ever see in your life. Alright. Did I kill Ludwig? Yeah.
Welcome home,
Yeah.
Ashen One.
I have to kill Ludwig to fight Lawrence.
Elden Ring.
dear, oh
Elden
dear.
Ring.
What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream?
Yeah, thank you so much for the 10 gifted ribsicles. Wesker Hawk, thank you for the 86 months. Tylian, thank you for the 10 months. God, I thought the game crashed.
Comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gammon joins the hunt.
Oh, come on, come on, give me the... Oh. Wait, is he gonna die? Oh, sorry. Oops. Sorry, chat. Hey, you guys wanted a speedrun, alright? You guys keep giving me shit about how slow it is, and then finally I killed the boss fast. And you're like, no, don't kill him fast. Yeah, well, that's what you get. It's chat's fault. Fine, chat. I can turn on Garamond's song on YouTube or something. Really? Goodbye, buddy. Alright, guys. We did it. Bloodborne is done. VS Dubstep, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Dude, Bloodborne on emulator is so nice, honestly.
Oh, good hunter.
Okay, well, the game crashed. That's great. Whatever. I wonder if it can put me back in the cut. If I don't think it's gonna put me back in the cutscene. All right, well that's fine. GG Bloodborne. We'll turn on. Well, maybe it'll put us in the credits, or maybe it'll just crash again.
Good.
Oh. Oh, I'm here. Okay.
Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Time for bonus game 3, Bloodborne NG+. I'm just kidding. Alright, let's, Goodbye, man. Alright, guys. That was really fun, though. I definitely want to do more Bloodborne stuff, like after the marathon, potentially. Although there is a lot of, well, I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot of, like, a lot of new games coming out. So, we'll see, I guess, but... What game do I want to do, though? That is the question now. Dude, my Steam is fucking debating me. So, dude, there's some games that show as installed on Steam, but they're not actually installed. It's probably my fault, though. Because I think I deleted some game folders on Steam, but like through the file manager and not through the Steam client itself, so... I guess it's my fault, but I guess you would think that Steam would like check to see if the files still exist and then update the UI accordingly, but I guess not. If you don't uninstall the manifest file stays, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Have I played Valkyria Chronicles? No. I have no idea what that is. Not a clue. Did I play the Space Dark Souls game Hellpoint? I did, yeah. Sorry, just one sec, chat. I am preparing. Evil Within Akumu. I wish that I could run Evil Within Akumu, but that shit is a little too difficult. All right. We are going to do the classic. I wonder if anybody knows based on the intro. Was a short horror game, yeah. So, to give some context, I was the very first person to get sub 1 minute 30 seconds in Granny. And my run was actually pretty decent, but then fucking Moist Critical by the way, I don't mean this in a bad way, but anyways, Moist Critical started speedrunning Granny, and like the game blew up in popularity. Like fucking 100 people started speedrunning it, and then they rerouted the entire game, and now the game is under 1 minute. Like I can't, when I started running Granny, I came up with like a brand new route, and then Charlie started running it, and the game got like blown wide open. I wasn't running the game when Charlie started doing it, but light sources?
Toilet bitch.
Oh fuck. Wait, there's Christmas Granny? Damn. Christmas is over. It's close enough. All right, we'll watch the intro. All right. Yeah, we are not going to be beating this game in a minute and a half, just to clarify, because if you want to speedrun this game, you can basically only do it on a so there's different seeds for this game, which means like
Welcome home, Ashen One.
like where the items spawn in the game are random. She fucking heard that. Oh my. Well, this might be a reset angle, chat.
You print money. I like money.
It's fine. I don't know how she fucking heard me there, though. Oh my... I guess that's how she fucking... Dude, she... Bro, she's spawning like 2 fucking feet away. God damn it. I'm resetting. Slow run. I'm going as fast as I can, okay? This game's hard, alright? Granny's a bitch. I'm fucking scared. I'm afraid she's in the... Bro, what am I doing? Okay, all right, focus. Everything's fine. Wasn't this a 1-minute game? Yes, but only if you're on a specific speed and you're doing the very specific speedrun route, which, quite frankly, I don't remember how to do. Might have seen me, I'm not sure. No. Wait, did I actually throw it? Oh my god, it worked. Fuck off, Granny. Dude, it's so dark and Christmas. Okay. We just need to get the gun, or we need to go trap her in the fucking sauna. What the hell is that? Bro, is that a grenade? Wait, was that a grenade? Shit. I've never played Christmas Granny before. We have to wait, Granny. The thing about this part of the house sucks because it's just like you're just trapped. Where the fuck is she, dude? Fuck off, Granny! Okay, wait, there's a wooden stick in there. Oh god. Wait, what? I don't remember where the wooden stick is used. Okay, Granny's distracted. I'm gonna go upstairs. Drop the car key there. Bob, viewers skip 2 hours. No, dude, we're making good pace, bro. I'm going fast. We grab the teddy bear. I think it makes her permanently, like, not permanently, but I think while you're holding the teddy bear, she aggroes to you or something. Shit. Well, I think we should go use the car key. I don't remember where the wooden stick is used, though. We just need to kill Granny. That will help. I can barely see, though. Granny? Oh, she's coming. Hi, Granny. All right. Oh, the hammer. Nice. The hammer is used for... Wait, what the fuck is the hammer used for? Boards. Is there anything in the bathroom? I think... She could fucking spawn anywhere, which is like the worst part. Bruh. Oh my god. Making a fucking ruckus. Hmm. The fuck is she? Fine, she's distracted. Fuck. Go upstairs. Oh my god, what am I doing? I need the cutting, I need the ply. Oh, holy. I need the pliers. Coming up. Gran. Padlock key? Wait, what the fuck is that for? I do not even remember what this is for. Rusty padlock key? Chad, I don't remember where the rusty padlock is. We have the cogwheel, but we can't. Battery. One. Oh God. Well, she can't get in here.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Can I throw the key out? I don't think so. Okay, chat, does anyone know where you use this key? Because quite frankly, I have no fucking idea. I don't remember at all. Because this is the weapon key. Fuck off, Granny. God damn it, dude. I don't know where I'm going. Entry where the TV is. TV? There's no TV here. There's a padlock key. But I don't think that's what the rusty one is for. I think it's something else. The thing is, this game has been updated like so many times. It's for the main door. Okay. And the wheel crank isn't for this, it's for... I don't even remember what this fucking thing is for either. Or the wooden stick. Bro. Is this record pace? Yeah. The problem is these fucking dude, these items were added after I speedran the game. I don't remember where the fucking wooden stick is used, man. Is this a speedrunner or let's play? Yeah, you're so fucking funny. You're so funny, bro. All right. Okay. Bro, what am I missing, man? All right, Granny, go get the... You have all the time of the world to figure it out, Mr. Slow Run. All right, man. Fucking die, Granny. Oh, that's where the battery is used. Okay. I forgot to plier that. Padlock code. Okay, let's check in here. There's a lot of items that can spawn in the kitchen. Wrench. I wish I remember what the wrench was even used for. Alright, I forgot to check in here. There's the meat. I don't have the special key. What do I remember? Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Meat needs to go upstairs here where the spider is, but... Granny coming? Alright. The problem is I don't actually know where I'm supposed to make progress right now. I feel like there's one item that's gatekeeping me, but I don't know which one it is. All of the fucking items that I'm finding are for the spider cellar. But the problem is I can't go to the spider cellar until I find the spider key. But I don't know, like nothing is... There's one item that is just, I can't figure out right now. Wait for her to die of old age. Yeah, yeah, very funny. Granny, go in the fucking sauna. Where the fuck are you, Granny? Oh, there you are. Like, nothing I have is fucking useful, bro. I guess it's the wrench. I don't remember where you used the wrench. I just don't. Get away from me, you fuck! Bro, what the fuck? Oh my god. Every time I play Granny, I'm like, I forget how much. Dude, this game got updated so many times. There's apparently this rust. I was looking it up because I was curious. The rusty padlock key is used for the escape pipe route, which I don't even know what the fuck that is. What the fuck is the escape pipe? Fuck. Chat, you guys gotta help me. You guys gotta help me. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck, man. I'm cooked. I don't know where else. Dude, I don't know any other... God damn it, Granny. I don't know anywhere else to look. I need a gun, dude. Okay. I don't know where else to look. Because I have so many items, but the problem is I can't... None of them unlock anything for me. Ah. There's a gray panel, but I need the screwdriver for that. I don't know how to make progress right now. There's got to be an item location, like maybe a new item location that he added that I'm unaware of. Cuz I don't I had battery, yeah, but the battery's for the front door. Maybe we need to take the teddy to the crib? I don't know, this is actually really frustrating. I don't know what to do anymore. You had the crank wheel for the well? That's not for the well though. The crank wheel isn't for the well. It's like I have the cogs. I don't know, dude. I have the cogs, but I need the playhouse key. I have a bunch of things for... Like, I have the meat, but I don't have the special key. I have so many items, but I don't have the item I need to use the item. Like, I don't know. There's one item somewhere that is just gatekeeping me from making progress. I just don't know where it is. No, the game is always beatable. Did I guillotine the melon? I don't have a melon. That's the thing, I don't know, I'm just going in circles, but I just have no idea where. Thing is, watching a speedrun doesn't even help because speedruns of this are ran on like the game has multiple different seeds. Some of the seeds are absolute fucking ass because you can't get a weapon to kill Granny for ages. You just run around and you have to keep using the sauna. Kinda sucks. Batteries in there, but I'm actually really curious though what I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do.
You print money. I like money.
Hold on. I'm looking at the seed that I specifically got because I'm just so confused. I'm so incredibly confused. Yeah, I know. But I don't want to just run around in circles for half an hour. I literally don't know what to do anymore. I don't know where to look. I think Chad, I think I figured out what I'm doing, what I did wrong. I'm pretty sure this is the exact same mistake I made the last time that... Oh, fuck. I think this is the exact same mistake that I made last time I did this. I'm pretty sure. Fuck, Granny, why are you here? All right, no. I'm pretty sure what I need to do is I need to grab the book. Damn it, Granny. Bitch. Dude, she didn't get distracted by my sound. Must be the first playthrough. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're like the fucking 200th person to make that joke. It's not funny anymore. God damn it. Damn it, Granny! I swear to fucking God, dude. You not get anything when you do that? Oh, okay, I think. God damn it. Give me the fucking key. This is what I forgot about. So, okay. Chat, when I used to speedrun this game, you would, if you put the book on that spot, nothing would happen. It was completely useless. But now, in this version of the game, if you put the book there, she crawls and then pukes out a key. And that's why I've been stuck this whole time. And you know what's funny? Is the last time that I played Granny in the marathon, this key, the same thing happened. I got stuck for like a long time because, but the funny thing is, I didn't realize that she like crawled over and spit it out on the ground, because the last time I did Granny, I put the book there again, and then I was like, oh, nothing happens. And then I just ran away, and I ran around for like 30 minutes, and then eventually I came back to this room, I was like, oh, there's a key there. But I had no idea that that's what actually happened. Alright, anyways. Now we can actually make progress. Yeah, I'm not making good pace. Not at all. It's okay, though. You'll forget next marathon. No, no, no. Oh, the weapon key, yes. Can I get the fucking stick down there? Oh god, I think it just fell out of bounds. Fuck me. Oh no, okay, it didn't. You know what, let's just go put her in the sauna one last time. I don't know what to do and I have to look up strat. Alright, listen. Blame the developer for updating the game, alright? I remember what I remember, which is not this. Alright. So now that we got the weapon key, you know, the funny thing is the name of the dev for this game is Developer. Or Developer. Alright. I don't think we need the weapon down here. I remember. I think that the wooden stick is used down here somewhere. Shoot the vase. Oh, fuck, you're right. Granny, where are you? Okay. Luckily, you can shoot these darts over and over again, which is really nice. I forgot that they're, like, reusable. Okay. There's 2 things that we can access now. We can shoot screwdriver down. It was used over there. Piece of shit. Oh no, you fuck! God damn it, Granny! Dude, I was like, I feel like she's gonna be right outside the door, and I was right. I even got my dude, I shot her, man. Scared. We're gonna go put this cogwheel outside where it needs to be. Oh, no, guys. We're making pace. We're doing good now. Playhouse key. Boom. We just need the other cog. I don't remember where I put the other cog, though. We need to shoot her, honestly. Okay, Granny's upstairs, which gives us time. Our battery is here. Granny should come in here. And I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to use the car, but... Okay, Granny. Alright, where did I put the cog? Granny's gonna be back soon. Honestly, I should have just put it on fucking normal difficult. Bro, this fucking thing it's blocking me. I don't think we can shoot the granny that's in the basement. What I remember. Okay, rusty padlock key, the lever. If we find the chain cutter, we can escape. Oh wait, you need the screwdriver for this part. Because, okay, so this is where the wooden stick goes, and then the rusty padlock key is here, and then the chain cutter. And if you get all three of these, then you can leave through. This is the escape pipe. Alright, so if we choose the wrong one here, we die, but I already saw it on the wall, so it's fine. Okay, the special key. Nice. Okay, we got the special key, now we can use the meat. Yes, we're going for the sub 130 chat. Went the wrong way. We got the parts for the shotgun. Oh. Oh my fucking god, bro. Bro, where is the fucking... I was gonna shoot her! Oh, whatever, it's... Chill. Granny, chill. Ugh. Come here, Granny. Yeah, fuck you. All right, we can build the shotgun chat. We have the means. No, we're almost done. We're almost done. We actually have everything to leave. We're almost done. Honestly, this wouldn't have even been that bad if it wasn't for getting stuck on the fucking spider key. All right, Gran. Time to meet your maker. Granny? I want to drop the gun to try to bait her, but Granny? Granny! What is she doing, bro? That definitely makes sound. Where is she? Oh, I just saw her in the staircase. What is she doing? Get out of my way, Gran. Dude, she's blocking the fucking staircase. Jesus Christ. Where's my fucking shotgun? Okay. We need the wooden lever. And we need, where did I put the rusty padlock key? Fuck, I don't know. I think it's outside, maybe? I actually don't know if we need the screwdriver, but maybe we do. Granny's probably back now. Question is, where did I put the screwdriver? Fuck. I don't know. Let's just see if this works. When will this game end? Never. What's up, Cherno? God, what am I doing? That's not good. I'm actually kind of concerned. Okay, where did I put the screwdriver? Did I leave it outside? Wait, let's think. No, I must have just left the screwdriver where I used it. You don't need it to escape? Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. Alright. Anyways, alright, let's go back down. No. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, chat. We're doing it, chat. We're doing it. The escape pipe. Og. Sub 130, baby. We did it! Yay! Very slow speedrun. Can we skip this game next marathon? Dude, what do you mean? Granny's the best. My PB is like an hour faster. To be honest, Granny is more fun when you're actually playing the game and not... Like, the speedrun is cool, but... I mean, Granny can't even, like, do anything to you in the speedrun. You like, start the run out of bounds, and then you're just, like, out of bounds the whole run. Alright, chap. GG, Granny. It is time for the next game. Are all the bonus games going to be meme shit? The bonus games are going to be games that I've ran, bro. Whether that's meme shit or not, that is subjective. All right. Pogo Stuck. Oh god. I never speedran Pogo Stuck. That game is fucking brutal though. All right, chat. I think I know what I'm gonna play. All right.
2.
Hold on. Mm. 240.02 hertz. %, image quality. I don't know. Is the game's FPS actually gonna? I don't know if the FPS is gonna be good. If it feels like it's already lagging, honestly. Yeah, no, that's a bad idea. All right. Let's do Claire B hardcore. I'm thinking. What do you mean Claire B? What do you mean Claire A, bro? Claire A doesn't even have an ending. It's just like there's not even a fucking ending, man. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know. I honestly I prefer the A route, but the B route at least you actually get an ending. That's why I want to do the B route. Do Leon because the guns are better. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean the B route is definitely more annoying, but at least you get an ending. So I kind of prefer it. All right. Hardcore Claire B. Claire has like 5 pistols. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost there. You know me, I'll be fine. I'll be back as soon as I find Chris. Why does everyone think I'm gonna get in trouble? What the? Don't shoot!
Get down! Come on!
What the hell is going on?
I don't know. Hopefully they'll have some answers at the police station.
Wait, you're a cop?
Yeah. Leon Kennedy. You are?
Clear. Clear Redfield.
Claire! Claire, you okay?
I'm alright! How about you?
Can't stay here, it's not safe!
Go on ahead! I'll meet you at the station!
Alright, sorry, chat. No 2B, but
Leon, I'm sure you beat me here.
the 2B skin is just, it's too much, dude. Chat just goons too hard. I just can't. I can't. God damn it, dude. My mouse is like going off the... This is not too much? Bro, this is like... It's so many... So many girls wear clothes like this in the first place. I mean, maybe not like cop outfit, but... Bro, my fucking mouse keeps going off my screen. Bro, okay, hold on, I don't know what's going on. I don't know, the mouse isn't like locked to the screen for some reason. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna try to use borderless gaming instead.
Fuck off! Fucking hell!
Seems like that fixed
Fuck!
it. Alright.
Hey! Leon?
What the fuck, Ryud?
Claire! Hold on, I'll be right there.
Okay!
Hello, Tegern.
Claire. It's so nice to see you.
How are you doing? That helicopter just came out of nowhere.
I'm in one piece.
I'm guessing you don't have a key in one of those fancy pockets?
Unfortunately, no. But how are you doing?
You know, just surviving.
That's good.
Yeah.
Any luck with your brother?
No, not yet.
Claire, don't lose hope. I'm sure we're gonna find him. Damn it. You know what that means?
Yeah. Dinner time.
Claire, I think you should go.
Don't worry about me, Leon. You take care of yourself.
Claire, you need to go. Now!
Okay, let's get through this. Both of us.
Bro, no, it went off the screen again. My God. Hey, Lycha, thank you for the 111 months. I like how the game gives you ammo for like... Well, actually, never mind. It gives you this pistol. It's just, it's weird that they give you the starting pistol, but then it's like, you don't even get ammo for it, so...
An awesome
Alright.
choice, stranger.
Alright. We're doing good. God, I clicked off. Bro, what is wrong with this game? Holy shit. Okay, I think we might have to just... Use controller. Fucking hell no. Use controller. My god, they really might have went a little too crazy with that. Alright. We got the fuse. What we need. There's actually stuff here for her. I swear, in Leon's B, there's like nothing in those lockers. Alright, we'll make... I mean, yeah, we'll make a save. I don't want to have to fucking do that again. That ain't right. That ain't right. Surprised you didn't double lunge there, actually. Alright. Am I doing all scenarios? No. We just need to remember. Oh yeah, there's a green herb we can grab over here. We just need to be careful because there are liquors in this hallway here coming up, I believe.
What was that?
What the fuck, bro? Holy shit. Yo, Elo. Thank you for the 200 gifted subs, dude. Holy shit. Oh my God. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Wait, why did that not go into, like, the same stack? That's so weird. Thank you, dude. Alright. Dude won the lottery. Well, Elotrix is another streamer, I know. I actually met him when I went to the Battlefield 6 event. Oh, I can throw this way now. Alright. Yeah, Happy New Year, man. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, dude. You know, we could grab this board, I guess. Oh, we should get the pouch in here. 9:15:7. Okay, dude, the physics are like actually like what the hell was the dev of this mod? What was he thinking? It's 9:15:7. You know what he was thinking? It looks ridiculous. It don't look right. All right. Okay. I wanted to use the flash there, but I feel like if I use the flash there, I'm gonna regret it because you really want to have flash grenades for the G3 fight, G2 fight. I don't know, whatever whatever fucking number it is. Yeah, you guys gotta chill out. Chill with the fucking goddamn gooning messages, alright? Holy shit. You guys are disturbing me. Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, you're not wrong. So. Dude, this pistol's kind of insane. What the fuck? Oh. Ugh. Wait, where am I going? Yeah, I just want to say thank you again, Elotrix, for the 200 gifted subs, man. It's very generous of you, dude. Also, I need to update the counter. So I'm matching gifted subs, chat, or well, I'm matching subs. So for every 5 subs, I'll be gifting 1 sub myself. But I need to... currently, I think right now subs are 35% off, but only for the next like 20 hours or something. So yeah, I need to make sure to like do the gifted subs before that ends. The music here is kind of nice.
Jesus, stay back!
Oh, god damn it. Okay, hold on. I need to look up my cheat sheet chat. Horse is twin scale worm. Oh. Alright. This is kind of sus. Ram harp bird. Crown flame bird. No, this is just standard RE2 remake. I'm gonna use this last blue key. I can clear out the inventory. Yo, her pistol is actually really nice for staggering enemies. It shoots so fast. Now let's go use the medallion. Add this for Mr. X. Wait, what did you link? Hold on, let's see. Mr. Dino X. Alright. I mean, we could go get the nade launcher. I didn't need to shoot that guy. We're wasting a lot of ammo here, though. Oh, we're getting so many one-shot staggers. Pretty lucky. Oh, God. Bruh. If I die here, I'm just gonna... Can I actually open any? I think there's some of these that open right now, right? I can never remember which ones it is, though. Wait, that's the film reel? Bruh. Damn you, fucking Marvin, you bitch. I shouldn't have used that green herb. Well, I mean, being in caution is good. I'm gonna get one shot. That's the only thing. Alright, whatever. Let's go. But I just realized I don't even have a fucking knife. Wait, what? Oh my god, did I forget to grab... Oh no, I didn't grab the fucking knife in the library. Oh shit. I gotta go back. I need a knife, chat. This is very important. Do I play Leon? Yeah, I played... Wait, I'm alive? Well, no, I'm not. I actually played Leon the last time we did RE2. Hey, D Moody, thank you for the 2 months. Bellius, thank you for the 39 months. You gonna be in the same spot? To swing it with grenade launcher? Yeah, but I want to use the grenade launcher on the...
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
I want to use the grenade launcher on the liquors. Jesus Christ. The Sister Fister. I'm gonna make one more save. There's actually 2 knives I'm supposed to have right now, but it should be fine. The other knife that I forgot to pick up is only like half durability. It's like stuck in the wall. Forgot to grab it though. Should be okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yo, Gamer Zero, what's up, dude? Well, the FPS doesn't actually determine like how... Like every knife will deal the same amount of damage. It's just the FPS determines how fast you burn through the knife.
Hey. It's okay. I won't hurt you, I promise.
But even if you had like 1,000 FPS, the knife will still do the same amount of
Here, you can take
damage total, like per durability.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
If you had 1,000 FPS though, you'd probably break your knife in like 3 hits.
Why?
He's right behind you.
What? Oh my god.
No anime Sherry skin. I actually kind of forgot about that.
You gotta be kidding me. Hordes ain't gonna cut it with this.
Oops.
Things gotta go down.
It's fine. The knife's almost broken anyways. If I remember right, I think I'm supposed to nade it. You gonna die, bruh? Thanks. Boring friend, thank you for the 4 months, man.
Hey, little girl. It's safe now. It's over.
Are you sure?
The skin isn't even that ridiculous, bro.
Everything's fine.
I swear like half the girls on Twitch are like wearing an outfit like this as it is.
Will you help me find my mom?
Your mom is down here?
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah. Of course. I'll help you.
This way!
All right. Why am I not dressed like that? I don't know. Good question.
It won't move. You got it!
So, what's your mom like?
She works at Umbrella. She's making an important new medicine.
Umbrella? That big pharmaceutical company?
My mom's always at work. I don't get to see her much.
Well, hopefully you'll get to see her again soon.
Yo,
So,
Paparn,
where's
thank you
your
for the
dad?
5 gifted subs, man. Thank you, dude.
Worked with my mom, but he's gone.
Wow.
Well, we're not going to be using this for a little while.
Wow. Both of my parents are gone. It's just me and my brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't be. It means we've got something in common, and that's a good thing, right?
Actually... I only have 1 gunpowder.
Here.
What's your estimate for this run? I don't know. It's hard to say.
Over there! It's closed.
Damn it. We need a key card.
Hold on. I'm going to stand up and stretch.
Here, come help. And you're sure this is the way?
This is how my mom took me last time.
Sherry? I've been looking everywhere for you, Sherry. Brave little girl to leave your house in the middle of this mess. On the ground, hands behind your head.
You can't be serious.
On the ground, now. Sherry, tie your hands.
Why are you doing this?
Shut up. Tie her. Okay then. You tie her up now, or she dies.
What's this all about?
Child endangerment for starters. Sherry, come here.
What are you gonna do to her?
None of your fucking business.
If you hurt her, I swear to God, my brother is stars and I will fuck.
Sherry, get over here. What's your name? What's your fucking name?
Claire!
Sherry, you come with me now, or say goodbye to Claire.
Okay, I'll go. You better be taking me to my mom.
Absolutely.
Don't listen to him, he's full of shit.
Stop hurting her, please!
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Stop! Let me go! Let me go!
Obviously, nobody taught you manners. We'll fix that. Oh, yes, we will.
Doesn't even speedrun anymore. Listen, I'm still going way faster than you, fuckboy.
Stay safe, Sherry.
Yes, fuck boy.
Okay.
Listen, I just like watching the
Hard
cutscenes,
first.
man.
Then that asshole gets what's coming to him.
Alright. Not dead?
You, Princeman. I like you.
How are you not dead? Wait, what? Well, he should definitely be dead now. There's a flash grenade in one of these. I just... Wait, no. I think this is where the red herb is. My god. Which one is it? This is the red herb. God damn it, Claire, grab it! Okay, I don't think I was... I could have just ran past that guy. Well, there goes my fucking ammo, which, that's actually not good. What? How? What do you fucking mean, dude? He licked me.
Must be where that guy came from. Don't even want that item. Oh, we got 2 red, green, and blues. That's good. We're gonna need those. I can't remember if I even used the pink key again or not. Might be good for us to grab. SLS instead.
Stranger. Thank you.
Hello, Andrea. Thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you very much. Also, Stale Beers, thank you for the Prime sub. Alright. Put that away. I guess this is fine. I don't know. I feel... I feel like I have too much stuff in my inventory. I don't actually know if I need the purple key. I don't think I do. Do I need to go down this way? I think this area is completely optional. If I remember right. Oh, maybe not. Fuck, I don't know. I can't remember. I always get the problem is going between like B and A route gets kind of confusing. Oh my god. Why am I even doing this fucking puzzle, bro? What do you even get from this? I don't even remember, dude. Oh, right, it's the... Oh god. No! Go in! Quick! Fuck, I need this knife, but I also need this box. I guess I can destroy the ink ribbons.
You print money.
The thing is, I feel like I should just use one of my green, red, blues. How many saves do I have left? 4? Pretty sure I can just make another one. Alright, we just gotta go upstairs and get the gear. Use minigun. That's cheating. cares? You already beat the game 100 times? Yeah, but using the minigun just defeats the survival horror in the game, bruh. It's just like playing the game on easy mode. Cheated all day yesterday. No, I didn't. I don't want to hear it, man. Grab these herbs. Go, Low Rim. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Holy shit, attack me, brother. What the hell? Alright, we gotta go... Wait a sec. Guys, I'm... Oh, no, I know where to go. I know where to go. Bro, what is this? Can I just blast them? Shit, there's fucking 3 of them stacked up in there, dude. What is this bullshit? Whatever. Dude, Marvin, you fucking bitch. He's just camping. I have 1 bullet. Dude, that is the second time that Marvin was just waiting on the door, like, just... He's camping the door just so he can bite me. Marvin.
That worked.
I'm trying to remember what's back here. Is there pistol ammo? Or is it gunpowder? Oh, it's a fat gunpowder. That's good. That guy's leg got blasted off, so that's good. Rip bullets, that's fine. Oh. Right. I probably shouldn't have done that. Should have combined it with the white gunpowder so I can make acid rounds. Oh, too late now. Oops. Alright, let's make one more save. Just in case somehow we fail the fucking Sherry part. Wait, is that not? Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
Where's that?
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Is Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her.
Welcome to the Game 3 demo. Should be out this month. Yeah, that's cool. I don't want to like spoil too much of the game though in the demo, but I think somebody was saying the demo is going to be pretty short or something.
I could let you go.
Don't worry, Sherry. It'll be all over soon.
There has to be a way out of here.
Oh, whoops. I'm gonna get stuck on this fucking puzzle for... Oh, I hate this puzzle. Oh my god, that was actually pretty good. Alright.
What is this?
Yeah, Elite Mode or Nightmare Mode for Welcome to the Game 3 is gonna be fucked. Though people are definitely just gonna like data mine the game and figure out how the killers work, like on a mechanical level, which will make it a lot easier. Whoa, what the fuck is... Is my fucking GPU dying or something? Like... I'm seeing like... That's strange.
That must be the door out of here.
See, I was seeing like boxes.
Oh no, it's him.
The high resolution glitch, okay. I don't think it's dying. Yeah, it might be like a 4K glitch or something. I don't know.
I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone. Just please.
Time to teach some manners. You little bitch! You're gonna pay for this! You little shit! You hear? You are gonna be so fucking sorry!
Go away! Help! Somebody, please!
You
Run, Sherry,
bitch,
run!
that's a dead end!
Hide.
It's all over now! Doors locked! Where are you? Show yourself! I know you're in here! The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be! be here somewhere. Oh, God damn it!
This is like such a terrible hiding spot.
Please.
This is your last fucking chance! Show yourself! Now!
How he even like pushes you out of the way there. Thought it said it takes him 1.5 minutes. I mean, that's my world record.
Where the fuck is my key? I see.
Yeah, we got sub 130. Just... I don't see the problem. Hey, hello, thank you for the 67 months, man. And Speedy, thank you for the 33 months.
I'm coming in, Sherry! Get over here, you little bitch! The game is over. Now you're in trouble.
Let me go!
Luke, thank you for the 30 months.
No, stop!
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
What are you talking about?
Don't waste my fucking time! Bring me the pendant, or Sherry dies.
The pendant? What do you need it for?
Do you want the girl to die?
Fine. Where are you?
The orphanage.
The orphanage? Where is that?
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Is Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her... Are you serious? Damn it! Just
All right.
you wait, asshole.
Looking mighty nice, thank you. Not me. Wow. Can't believe you guys. All right. Not you, Patty. Okay. Now that's just mean. All right.
You again?
That is so that is actually fucking cursed, dude. It's just... That is so cursed.
looks like the only way forward.
It is scuffed. It's scuffed as fuck. Like, this is like... I don't even know what to compare it to. This lady shouldn't be able to grab me. This part is kind of scary. Man, I really should have went to the STARS office.
It's gotta be the orphanage.
Okay.
Come on, Sherry.
Hello? I have the pendant! Sherry? Sherry, are you here?
We're gonna grab the first aid spray up here. Man, I kind of wish I went to the STARS office, dude. I have all this SMG. I don't know. It's been so long since I've used the SMG on Claire. Really should have went and grabbed it. Does everyone run set seeds only for Granny? Yeah. Well, like, and also I don't know if the seeds have changed because there's been like updates to the game compared to when I speedran it. So
Your fault.
I'm not sure how that works.
Took too long.
What happened? Oh god. Get off me! Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
Anyways.
Sherry? Where are you? Claire! Sherry? I'll be right there! Go, go, go! Claire! It's behind you! Don't stop!
Jesus Christ.
Keep going! Sherry, come on! Daddy? What'd you say? Daddy,
Claire, are you all right? Can you hear me? Claire? Claire, you have to get up. He's going to get us. Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up. Wake up. Open your eyes. Hold still. Not infected.
Yeah, no, Mr. X is... Wait, is Mr. X dead? Doesn't he come back in the labs?
Where's Sherry?
Sherry's fine.
Do you know Sherry?
It's an impressive display of strength.
This mod is
What
kind of
happened to her?
scuffed.
We have to assess the situation.
Who are you? I'm Claire.
I didn't foresee this.
Excuse me. Where is she? Hello?
What?
Where's she?
Go
Annette.
forth.
Tell me.
Touch the
what
demon
happened to William?
inside me.
I don't know. Who's that?
The creature responsible for this.
What? Can you help me find Sherry?
Seems to be evolving much faster than expected.
Where are you going?
Look, I don't have time to play 20 questions. Everything's under control.
Yeah.
I need to find
okay.
Sherry.
My daughter is not your concern.
And that's kind of a bitch, not gonna lie. Alright.
Sherry's her daughter?
Oh yeah, then enhanced ammo's in here. That's nice. I want to stay on caution, but I also kind of don't. Alright. Mods for Claire, but not for Annette.
Where did Sherry go?
Honestly, I guess there probably are some mods for Annette. I definitely haven't seen many, though. Is
Sherry? Can you hear me?
there any item back this way? Don't think so. There's mods for everything. See, you say that, but like, for example, Mother Miranda in Resident Evil 8, there's like only one single mod for her, and it's just her naked.
Now I'm gonna smell
That's
her
it.
shit. Literally.
Like, I was actually curious. I looked up her name, and that's the only thing that appeared. Yeah, I was curious because I like modding the different characters. It's funny.
Toilet bitch.
Cable car. Here?
It is funny. There's plenty of funny mods for the games chat, okay?
Fuck off.
Did I even grab the fucking enhanced ammo? Oh my god, I don't think I fucking did, bro.
Toilet bitch.
What is the code for this? Like, C... S...
You,
X...
I like money.
Oh, I don't fucking know. CF. Ooh, more SMG ammo.
What is this?
Sherry, I told you I cannot leave here until my work is done. That's what you always say.
Sherry?
Why didn't you stay in the house? It was safe there.
Hey, Sherry!
I was scared. Those things were everywhere, and...
You should have called the police. That's what we taught you.
I did, but nobody came, and you didn't answer your phone, so...
Sherry, I don't have time for this.
Oh no. Sherry! Sherry, I'm coming! Hold on, Sherry. I'll be right there.
All right. Alright. Hey Luna, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you very much. Nice, Robin. Oh, there's a red herb here. I guess I should have kept the... Forgot about that.
ID wristband required for
Is there anything down here? I think it's just lore. Yeah. Two-month resub, but counter only goes up 1. How do you think it works? Oh yeah, what is it? 212.8. Hey Tumna, thank you for the 70 months. Thank you, man. I have no idea how old Claire is in this. 20s, I guess, probably. I don't know. I think Leon is dead in RE9. Like, you think he's gonna die, or... I mean, I don't know, fucking maybe. But he's in RE9.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
What the hell is up with you?
Luckily, I turned off my no grab hacks, or I turned it on. I don't know how I avoided getting grabbed there. That was crazy.
What the fuck?
Leon getting golf clubbed? Jesus, bro. I think there's a pouch in here, right? Or, nope, never mind. I fucked up. Last of Us true ending. That is a good run. Yeah, Grace is pretty hot. I agree. Telling Larksa you said that. Okay, she'll say the same thing, I'm sure. Apparently Grace actually has an outfit. She has a Lady D outfit. You guys didn't know. I haven't pre-ordered the game, actually, because I'm part of the Capcom Creator Program, which means I'm just gonna get a game key for free. So. Nice flex. All right, you guys can join the Capcom Creator Program. You just need to become a streamer and get a few hundred viewers, and then you can join. Not that hard. Another flex. Okay. Honestly, I don't even think you need that many viewers, though, to join the Capcom Creator Program. I'm pretty sure there's people in there with, like, I don't know, like 40 or 50 viewers. All right, I want to go get the SMG. I don't need it, but I want to. I don't care. I want to get it because why not? The majority of Twitch can barely get 3 viewers. Getting 50 would be amazing. I mean, I feel like if you focus, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely hard to grow on Twitch, but if you do like focused content, it can definitely help. You know, if you're just streaming like Fortnite and you don't even like have a mic or like a camera, then yeah, I mean, good luck. Oh wait, this isn't where I need to go. It says the no cam streamer. That's just not true. I mean, I use no cam sometimes, but not always. Pick a game you want to play literally forever. I'm glad that I'm not like stuck playing the same game. Also, I can't believe I forgot this flash grenade. I mean, I was just joking, obviously, though. It is definitely not easy to, like, grow a stream on Twitch. Honestly, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I got pretty lucky with my stream. I mean, obviously, like, I put in the hours and I've streamed a lot, but it is definitely, like, an element of luck. Do I have... I think I have a red and blue in here, right? Oh yeah. Or red and green. Green and blue. How much ammo does this hold? 24? Not bad. Alright. It's crazy to think that I've been streaming for 12 years, though. Like, that is a long-ass fucking time to actually start... Oh my god, there's more enhanced ammo there? Why do I give viewers Gooner mods? Yeah. It's all all the Gooner mods. Bro! This is not good. I put my heels away. Where do you even get the suppressor? Alright. We're gonna make a save, heal up, and then we're gonna go do the sewers. I didn't skip RE3 Remake. I actually did RE3 Remake in the marathon. I'm gonna put the grenades away. And the enhanced ammo. I'm just gonna save the enhanced ammo for Birkin, I think. And then we'll take a RGB with us. So yeah, we don't need this purple. Blue. Found in the underground stairs beneath the goddess statue. You need to use the badge. You know what? I was just thinking about that. Because there's the stars badge container. There's the stars badge container in the basement. I guess that, maybe that's where it is. Oops. Heal. I'm waiting to heal until I'm in here because it gives me a defense buff, and I don't want the defense buff to run out too early.
Jesus.
This is so hot.
I can't remember. Does one of these flames kill these guys? I remember, like, flame is really strong against them, I think. It's not, no, it's not enough. Oh yeah, maybe acid kill these guys easier. Dude, this fire is so bright, bro. This SMG is kind of fogged, though. And am I even gonna have space for everything I want here? Wait, I didn't grab the... Dude, I don't have enough space for all this shit. Fine, caution set up. Oh my god, he's still alive. Honestly, I'm just gonna throw away the flame rounds, whatever. I would rather have the SMG. What am I fucking doing, dude? How are you alive, man? Yeah, I know, Ryut. I know that's where it is. I fucked up, man. Alright, I'm gonna go get the SMG suppressor, because it's totally worth my fucking time. Do these guys... Honestly, I have no idea how I didn't get fucking grabbed there. I'll take it though. All of this for the SMG suppressor. Whatever, we can make a save up here at least, I guess. Oh yeah, I read. Oh, okay, there's nothing to look up at. Well, maybe if I'm... No, it doesn't work, buddy. You tried. All right. Honestly, is the suppressor actually any good? What is even the fucking point of this thing? It just makes it take 2 spaces. Makes it shred, okay. Sure. Really did not want to use a flash grenade there, but I also was... Well, honestly, if I died, it would have been fine. Whatever. Alright, it's fine. Let's go back. Time to go back home. And his Stellar Blade. I never speedran Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade has some crazy mods, though. That's for sure. How would I know? Because I've looked at them. Because people were talking about it. Apparently the devs talked about how like they apparently the devs are like very aware of people's modding. Honestly, I think the spark shot and like a knife is really all we need. I don't know if we really want to use the acid rounds. I mean, I feel like we probably shouldn't use the SMG, actually. But I kind of want to. I don't know. Alright, well, we need to solve the puzzle first. Alright, so how do I do this puzzle? I think this is right, Queen. There we go.
All right, Sherry. On my way.
Grab the knife, the herb. There's a full red RGB up here, but I think I can grab it afterwards. Wait, can you actually pick stuff up when you're carrying Sherry? I can't remember. I also kind of fucked it. Alright, you know what? Hold on. Alright, fuck the pistol. That was good.
Should have known you wouldn't die.
Using this weapon on this guy is fucking suffering, bro. That was, what the fuck am I even doing? I love getting fucking one moment away.
The crate might work. Have I got a surprise for you?
He's probably dead. Just in case. I mean, we put a full knife into him and hit his... Is he dead? wait, no, he is dead. Never mind.
I'm so sorry, Sherry. This is taking forever.
Well, you have to use the crane to actually kill him, but the crane only kills him when his health is like low enough.
Sherry? Claire? Sherry,
Even
are you
Claire
alright?
is apologizing for your pace. Okay, dude.
What are you doing? I'm here to help.
Sherry's been implanted. She can't be saved.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're her mother. Get in here!
You don't understand. William is still out there, and if I don't stop him...
This conversation is over!
Wait! Wait! I can treat her. In my lab. It's not far away.
Mommy?
There's not enough time. Millions of lives are at stake. Sherry, Mommy loves you, sweetie. Goodbye.
Are you fucking kidding me? Sherry, don't worry. I will get you whatever you need, okay?
Oh, why are you doing this?
Because I care.
Thank you, Claire.
All right. Oops, I should have picked up that ink ribbon. It's okay. I think we still have enough.
Annette said her lab's not far. Wait, that cable car.
Yeah, I played Routine. Routine was really good. I liked it a lot.
Hold on, Sherry. You're gonna be fine. Almost there, Sherry. We're almost there. Good. The cable car. Here. Okay. Here you go. Just hold on, Sherry, okay? You're gonna be just fine. Okay. Better check everything. There's no turning back.
This tram is bound for Nest. Do not exit until the final destination.
Hey. Are you okay?
Your jacket's so warm.
It's actually getting kind of cold in my room. I need to close the window.
You know it's supposed to be lucky.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Are you kidding me? You were doing just fine without me, so I came along and got you all sorts of trouble. I have something of yours.
I don't want it.
Really? Why not? It's so pretty.
It's from my mom. For my birthday last year. All I really wanted was for her to be home more.
Sitting with the window open in January. Well, it's been getting kind of hot in my room because of my PC.
Doesn't care, but... Hey. Sherry, come here. Hey, hang in there, okay?
Now, arriving at Nest.
It's okay. I've got you.
It's crazy though that the game is running at like stable 240 FPS. Like well, maybe not like perfectly stable, but it's basically running at 240 FPS, like 4K res. The RE engine looks, or like runs so well.
I'm getting you treatment. Just hold on, Sherry. It's okay.
Well, except for Monster Hunter Wilds.
For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety, stand clear until the doors are fully open. For your safety.
Dragon's Dogma, yeah, that's also
Welcome
true.
to Nest. Enjoy your visit.
Well, it works really well for smaller levels anyways.
Here you go. All right. Now what? There's got to be something here. Antiviral agent. That's it. That's got to be it.
Chat,
Hey.
have you ever have you never
Sherry?
seen boobs in your life?
I gotta go. You stay right here, though, okay?
Based on the chat I'm
be
seeing,
back
it
soon. I promise.
seems like no. And I don't mean in real life chat. I mean just in general. Okay. Not trying to be like that. Oh. You're the one that downloaded the mod? Yeah? Because it's nice. It's a nice mod. Alright. Let's make a save. It's not that distracting of a mod, chat. Wait, what?
Authorized staff only beyond this point. Guests must refrain from entering.
All right, I'm just gonna stop saying anything. Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna put the spark shot away because we definitely don't need the spark shot right now. And I'll put those away as well.
Our menu is designed for your nutritional needs using our latest biological research. Please enjoy our tasty selection of healthy foods.
I think there's a knife in here. Oh yeah.
Oh no!
Alright. Since we're in B scenario, we can actually open this door over here, and then we can grab the signal modulator, which will let us go pick up one extra item pouch, which would be kind of nice.
By Chief Cartwright in the East area.
Stranger.
What happened to the armored guy? Some of you in chat just have no no shame. It's actually unreal. I mean, I guess when you just start typing a message into a chat room with a bunch of people, it's kind of hard to have shame, isn't it? You're the one with the mod. You're the one saying you'd fucking eat Claire's ass or like all these fucking comments. I'm not the one making you say that. Alright? Don't fucking put this on me. Listen, we're both at fault here, okay? Let's not put the blame on on just one person. If this was Leon, y'all wouldn't be saying this. Well, yeah, because Twitch is a male-dominated platform full of horny dudes. Wrong? What do you mean, wrong? Oh, right. Wrong about Leon. I see what you mean. I thought you were saying about the male dot. I don't know what the demographic is for Twitch, but it's got to be like 90% dudes at least. Probably even more. I don't know though. Maybe there is like I don't know. I don't know. Twitch is so big these days. But if I had to guess, it's probably something like that. Oh, we should grab our flame nades. I don't think the acid is very good for the... Well, we have 4 flame rounds. That's actually decent.
Print money. I like money.
I think acid is good for the liquors, right? Maybe? I don't know. Google said 63% are men. That seems crazy to me, but I mean, fucking maybe. I don't know. You threw them away earlier? Yeah, I know. Alright. What is the code for this? 2048. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Oops.
Dispensing solution now.
You're a girl, can you get a sub, please? You know, it's funny, when I used to think that people who I was like so innocent when I started streaming on Twitch. I would think that if somebody used like anime emotes, that they were a girl.
Manual mode engaged. Adjust amount of solution to match cartridge capacity.
BRG. Really takes its sweet time. There's a grenade there that I kind of want to grab, but I don't know. And I could use this RGB. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use it. I don't really want to make more pistol ammo. Should have grabbed the grenade because I could have killed these. Bro. Fucking die, dude. Dude, interact with the panel. Two well-placed fire rounds kill all three. Well, yeah, you know, it's okay. One well-placed nade kills all three as well. But I did not do that. Alas, it is alright. Alright, you can combine two whites to make... Make some SMG ammo, shall we? I don't know, we're just like going super overkill on everything at this at this point. We're gonna kill the boss in like We're gonna kill the boss so fast. Oh, he actually died.
Welcome back, Dr. Lee. You had 5 new messages.
Ooh, damn. Should have packed my.
Cooling sequence in
Oh,
progress.
I'm so excited for Resident Evil 9, chat. RE9 is gonna be so much fun. It's also gonna have some really nice mods. I already know it.
Cooling complete.
I don't know though. The thing is, I might want to play I might want to play RE9 in first person. What was that? Don't I have a girlfriend? Yeah, and she goons harder than I do.
Son of a bitch.
What's in here? I don't need that. God, what? One save just in case. You should see when dude, when Larxa looks at her her Instagram, it's just like
Welcome home.
pure titties. That's oh, come on. My bad. Wait, what am I doing, dude? I didn't...
Dispensing solution now.
So much for the weed infestation.
Warning. You have dispersed a dangerous solution without authorization. Your actions have been logged, and you may be subject to disciplinary measures.
Alright. Fuck it. Really didn't want to use a knife on that guy, but whatever. We have plenty of supplies. It's all good. I enabled all the gooners. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we'll probably do like one more game after this, and then I'm probably gonna call it a night, because I actually need to like do some... I need to like set stuff up for tomorrow. And make sure I'm like ready for some of the games that I want to run. Setting up Gooner mods. No, that doesn't take very long. I already have them all downloaded. Okay. Do I have a green herb in here? No. Alright, so I'm thinking we just... Is there no white explosive in here?
Damn it. Look at that. All right. Hell yeah. Got it.
Quiet place speedrun after this?
The antiviral
Fuck
agent.
no.
Gotta get back to Sherry.
Oh wait, there's one right here. Okay. I want to make some more SMG ammo. I want to SMG the shit out of this guy. Yeah, I grabbed the attachment for the spark shot. We have 3 hand grenades, right? Can use those. Grab a GRB. We can use the RB, I guess, before we make a save. And then we'll grab a first aid spray.
You print money. I like money.
Do flashes even work on this guy? I have no idea. Hello, Unholy Lord. What's up, dude? Nipsey, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Just has no good emotes. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. I'm glad you hate my emotes.
Your ass again. William! This ends now.
I honestly do need to replace some of my emotes, though. There's definitely, I feel like I've got some good ones, but some of them are
What the hell is this thing?
not great.
That was my husband.
I haven't changed my emotes in like fucking 2 years or like 3 years. I don't even know.
She is my creation!
We know. Thanks. I just.
William! I should have killed him while I had the chance. I don't know why, I just couldn't do it.
He was your husband.
Honestly, we were more married to our work than each other.
But what about Sherry? How could you just leave her all alone while Raccoon City burned to hell?
I couldn't let my daughter grow up in a world with the G virus in it.
But that's no excuse to leave her.
I got this. Sorry, William. No. I got this. You should take care of Sherry. You don't know what you're up against.
I have a pretty damn good idea.
Whatever you do, don't stop until it's finished.
Trust me. This ends now.
Nice miss. Not my greatest aim. Hey, what the? I don't even think I hit him. Oh, Jesus. Gotta be close to dead, right? What the hell is he doing? Hey, buddy. Okay. Well.
Target has been neutralized. Ending quarantine.
Target neutralized. Is there more SMG ammo anywhere? I mean, whatever. We've had our fun with the SMG, I guess. There's got to be some SMG ammo.
Is now operational.
Really? I think I see one stack. Damn, they give you 50. Damn, there's no SMG ammo in here, bro. I mean, I guess the SMG is an optional item, so it's like they're less likely to give you SMG ammo.
Gotta get back to Sherry.
Drops in the arena are fixed. They are, yeah. I don't remember what's in the arena. In the speedrun, you don't even really pick up anything in the arena because you just have the supplies to kill him just already on you. All you need is like a few knives, and that's it. Hey, Crimosaurus Rex, thank you for the 56 months, man. Thank you, dude.
Hey. I knew you'd make it. My mom needs help.
Annette? Sherry.
How do I remember so many games?
How are you?
I mean,
Okay.
I don't remember them at a world record level.
Don't look so good.
But, I've played them a lot.
Mommy?
Hey, look at the screen. Oh, thank God.
So Sherry's gonna be all right?
She'll be weak for a little while, but
Sometimes not at all like Granny. I remember Granny pretty well, actually. I do not remember the new update, though. Because I never speedran it.
What happened to her?
she was attacked by the monster. Don't worry about me.
Honestly, watching all the cutscenes for these games takes up a lot of time, though, too.
I'm sorry, Sherry. For everything. Your life is what is important.
We can't just leave her here.
You're right, we can't.
Attention, unauthorized removal of a level 4 virus detected. Facility lockdown initiated.
What does that mean?
It's a self-destruct code. In case the G-virus leaves the building. Please. Save my daughter.
No!
I want to learn some new speedruns.
Sherry, we're gonna say goodbye to your mom.
Just like for fun, not trying to like get record or anything.
Please, Sherry. Listen. She loved you, okay? You really gotta get going. Come on.
You were right about this jacket. I'm so lucky to have you.
Stellar Blade.
We can talk more about that later.
There's actually some like really broken glitches that got found for Stellar Blade, I think. I don't know how long the run is now, but there are some runners for that game.
Sherry, can you walk faster?
Yeah.
I don't want to rush you, but we have to go.
Self-destruct sequence will begin when lockdown is complete.
Honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't need much of anything.
Attention, unauthorized removal of a level 4 virus. Facility attention.
Ryut's been trying to get me to play Rain World for like years, chat. Martian Gothic speedruns.
Let's get the hell out of here.
I know, I'm sure it is good. Honestly, a lot of the time, like, there's games that I should play, but I never got around to it. But I should.
Claire? Yeah? Thank you for being so nice to me. For helping me. I'm really glad I met you.
I'm really glad I met you too, Sherry. But save your thanks until I get you out of this place.
Feel like I would hate Rain World. Really? Why? Why you say that? It's too hard? Really, it's not that hard. Insanely hard. And you can like beat the game though, right? It's horribly unfair, but in a good way. Oh, really? Yo, Punchy! Hey, thank you for the raid, man. Thank you, dude. What was Punchy doing today? Thank you for the good luck, man. Thank you, dude.
Of course. The stupid thing's locked.
Your mom.
Sherry,
damn.
you
got me. I did Returnal, you'll be alright. I mean, I didn't think Returnal was that hard. You're doing your own New Year's marathon? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Burn these guys. Just realized I have ammo for the wrong gun. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're basically done with the game anyways.
Nice work, Sherry.
When is Returnal? I'm not speedrunning Returnal. I never speedran Returnal. But I consider Claire hot. Yes.
Atta girl. Think we're almost out of here. Worth a try.
One sec. Anything else I want? Oh, not really. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna get the minigun anyways.
8 minutes until.
How long did your marathon take, Punchy? Or if somebody from his chat?
What are you doing?
I gotta get this train moving.
How many games did he play?
I need you to stay right here, okay?
Okay. I promise I won't move.
Good.
Be careful.
Always.
About 19 hours spread across 2 days. Gotcha. Nice. I imagine you were... Did you do, like, Silent Hill? I imagine you did a lot of, like, the Silent Hill games. I know you're pretty big on Silent Hill.
Alright. Did something. Okay. Alright, it's working.
Claire!
What?
At least...
Leon?
Or maybe my memory is shit. I don't know.
Yeah. But the whole place is coming down. Look, you need to get out. Fast.
I know. I found a way out. I think
I
we
hope
can all
Silent
make
Hill
it.
1 Remake is good.
Where are you now?
I liked Silent Hill 2 Remake, but I'm still pissed about the Great
Leon?
Knife.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Don't worry about me.
The fucking Great Knife, dude.
Leon! Leon! Damn!
Can't believe they did us like that. What's wrong with the knife? They got rid of it.
Why can't you just die?
Damn it, I was too slow.
Seven minutes until detonation.
Ow. Dilbra. Why is he not climbing?
Until detonation.
It probably shouldn't. Well, it doesn't really matter. I was gonna say I probably shouldn't have wasted so much ammo there, but I mean we can kill the final. We can kill the final boss with one knife swing, anyways. Although I might mess it up. Yeah, we're for anybody just getting here from Punchy's raid, this is more of like a slow. This is like a slow marathon. We're
Claire! It's okay. I'm here.
Some games will be kind of
We're
fast.
getting out of here.
Washed-a-thon. Yeah. I'm a little rusty at a lot of these games. I'm excited for Resident Evil 9, though. I'm gonna go hard on Resident Evil 9. I hope RE9's a good speedrun. You hope RE9 is a good game before anything else? Well, I mean, a good speedrun and a good game kind of go hand in hand. Not necessarily, but it's definitely not always the case. But I feel like a lot of the time. RE7 is a good... I thought RE7's an okay speedrun. I mean, the intro kind of sucks, but... I still like the RE7 speedrun.
Good. Zai, take a shower.
Yeah.
Really? That bad? Oh yeah.
Claire!
Leon! It's so good to see you.
I told you we'd make it, didn't I?
You did.
Who's this?
This is Sherry.
Okay. Jesus.
What was that?
I don't know.
You stay here with Sherry. I'm gonna go check it out.
All right, here we go, chat.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hope you like bullets, because I got a hell of a lot more. For fuck's sake, how the hell are you still kicking? Like Chris likes to say,
Die. Surely this enhanced ammo is enough to kill him, right?
We gotta lose that car!
You can kill this guy with literally one knife swing. Some of the bosses, the way that they're programmed in this game, are like in these games, are so scuffed.
You like that? Fine, fucker!
Give me your hand!
Like, in that... Excuse me. In that last fight, chat, the boss actually is invulnerable for like half of the fight. Like, you can't even do damage to him until... You can't even like hurt him until he gets, I don't know, like 70% of the way towards you.
So, are you guys like boyfriend and girlfriend?
No.
I remember in my casual playthrough, like my first playthrough, I wasted all my ammo on him, and then I ran out.
Would have been one hell of a first
Like,
date, though.
I just ran out and I died.
He might be able to give us a ride.
What if it's not just the city?
Get Sherry out of here.
Come on.
Hey, that was Live Another Day by the Great.
He was friendly.
So, is it over?
I don't know. But if it's not, we'll stop it.
You think we're gonna see Claire in Resident Evil 9?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. Come on.
Probably not.
You guys can adopt me.
There's already one main girl character.
We can get a puppy.
I don't think there's space for two.
I always wanted pets, but my mom said they're too messy.
What's up, Grace?
Next up on this boring Wednesday is a song to get your blood pumping.
Are you guys feeling better? Like 90% better. That's good. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun doing the marathon. Alright, Chad, I'm gonna go use the restroom and take a short break. I think we're gonna do one more game in the marathon for tonight, and then I kind of want to, I need to prepare for tomorrow and make sure that I know. Oh yeah, let me split. Sorry. I want to make sure that I'm ready for tomorrow. I think I'm gonna try to like recap, maybe do a little bit of like de-rust off stream for some games, just so it's not a complete and fucking utter disaster. Yeah, we're only on bonus game 4. By the way, chat, if you are thinking about gifting subs, so for every 200 subs, I'm adding a bonus game to the marathon. It doesn't have to be gifted subs, it could be like resubs and stuff too. Any sub counts. But gifted subs are 35% off right now. For like another 16 hours or something. So did I Photoshop the YouTube thumbnail? Yo, Kai, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, man. Yeah, Prime subs work. I probably haven't been mentioning Prime subs enough, but I don't know, I feel like annoying when I'm like, guys, make sure to use your Prime subs. Like, I don't know. I should mention it more often, though. Yo, Envy, thank you for the 2 months, man. And Rumsky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Chamros, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the 6 months. Alright, hold on. I really gotta go to the bathroom, chat. I will be right back.
Oh.
Alright, chat. I'm back. Envy, thank you for the 2-month resub. Lejapes, thank you for the 4 months. Cheese Demon, thank you for the 2 months. Huggle Wuggles, thank you for the Prime sub. Jankuda, thank you for the 7 months. Funky Cat, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you guys. Elden Ring, please. Stop begging. It's not a good look. Stop begging now, give me gifted subs. Okay. Bro, I'm not starting Elden Ring tonight, man. Elden Ring is gonna take way too fucking long. Alright. What do we want to do now? That is the question.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Baby steps. Hmm. Kind of want to pick like a shorter game. Just because, I don't know, I want to like have time to prepare for some stuff tonight. I think. Getting over it. Getting over it, it would be very short. I think I might just do this game. This shouldn't take me too long, hopefully. Toilet bitch? No, this is not toilet bitch game. It's the friend of toilet bitch. Holy fuck, this game is way too loud. Also, it looks really weird playing this on 4K resolution. It looks like so fucking good. It's really weird. Oh wait, hold on. Where's the timer? Nice. This how long do you guys think this is gonna take me? It's not gonna take me that long, chat. I used to speedrun this game. I had the world record in this game, chat. Like Granny? Okay, well, Granny got updated, alright, dude? Bro, I can't... Hold on. I don't have enough space on my mouse pad, man. It's not gonna be rough, shut up. I'm warming up.
You, Prince Mom. I like her.
See, we're fine. I still got it. We're flying, kind of. Not actually, but. This game makes my fucking hand, my arm tired, bruh. Oh. Don't you post Resident Sleeper, you little bitch. How is that a... Going up?
Oh.
Can you? Beautiful. All right, good. Easy clap. Oh, right. This thing is my fucking nemesis, chat. Oh, I hate it so much. Need to get a good grab. Okay. Dude, I don't remember what I fucking used to do here, man. This is shit. Oh, there we go. Oh! No! Ah. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. That's. Okay, that looks good. Oh, there we go. Take this slow. I don't want to mess this shit up. Have it go down. No! I hate this part. Fuck, I hate this part. God damn it, bro. Fuck, man. You're on 57th pace. Thanks, man. I need to two-hand this. Okay, that was just me being impatient. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Whoa.
Bro, grab the grab it, dude. This not done. Bro, we've only been playing for 12 minutes. It's not been that long. No, no, no. Dude, stop. Stop, you. All right, we got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Toilet bish. Go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, it's probably better for me to just take the bag. Hopefully I don't mess it up. It's a long climb to get up there normally. What am I? All right, getting there. whatever. We'll just take it slow. I hate that part right there. It's like super scary for some reason. Alright. Final section of the game, chat. Here we go. So there's like a skip that we could try to do here, but yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna get this. It's like, it's so like, I don't know, this skip was really difficult.
Majestic.
All right, whatever. We're just going down the ice. Fuck it. Fuck. Not that far. Honestly, I want to see Ella play the fucking DLC for this game. I told him he should play it, but I think he's scared. The DLC for this game is actually like really well made. Play Darkest Dungeon? I've thought about playing it actually, yeah. I can't remember. No, I don't think I can climb here. Actually, can I? I don't know. Oh god. How long does it take to beat Darkest Dungeon anyways? Because it's like very RNG, right? Okay, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't try to go for this fucking skip. I'm so bad at this tech. I'm just fucking it up like completely. Fuck. Oh. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go the intended way, because I'm really bad at this tech. This fucking jump here is kind of ass, though. Well, whatever. We can actually go from here now up to the rock. We do it right. There we go. Whatever, I'm just gonna go the fucking normal way again, because... Right, I forgot you have to do this fucking bullshit, though. Fine. Alright. We're good. We're almost there, guys! We're almost at the finish line. That's not actually the finish line. To live is to suffer, to survive is to find some meaning in the suffering. Whee! Well, it was sub 30. And we're back. Nice. Not too shabby. So there is a DLC for this game, chat. If you go down this pipe, the way that you get to the DLC in this is actually really cool. Now, the DLC would take me a little bit too long, I think. Gotta go in the Mario pipe. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool how like the DLC actually, it's not just like I like that he added an entrance to the DLC in the main game. It's kind of like a nice touch, rather than it just being just like a button you press. There is a DLC, Grace. It's really good. I actually really enjoyed the DLC for this game. There's a lot of like new mechanics that you have to do in the DLC as well. Yeah, I don't like remember the DLC well enough to really like speedrun it or anything. I didn't actually find the DLC to be that difficult overall. I played this DLC not that long ago. I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 months ago, maybe even less. Are we doing it? No, I'm just playing, I guess, just for the hell of it right now. Got another one of these fucking stupid things. All right. Rage quit. All right. Well, anyways, guys. I think I'm gonna call it a night here. We are on bonus game 5. Wait, how much time do we have left? Let's see, in 15 hours and 28 minutes. So okay. The discount on the gifted subs ends tomorrow at noon. It's in 5 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, I know. Yo, Cloud, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. And Poida, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Also, Maha Sandi, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, guys. So do it now. Well, I'll start my stream before noon tomorrow, so I'll probably wait until tomorrow to gift the subs just in case. Is there a way for you yourself to make gift subs percentage off like 3 times a year? I don't know. There's like something you can turn on in your stream settings that makes subs cheaper for viewers, but I think the discount gets removed from your pay cut. So like, even though they're cheaper, it's not actually cheaper. It's just you're getting less money. Or well, I mean, I guess they are still cheaper. Twitch still takes the same amount, but like I think it takes it like out of your pay cut or something. So I mean, at the end of the day, if your goal is to get subs, like if you're trying to hit, you know, sub goals for specific like emote counts, then I guess it's still good to do, because regardless, you're still getting the subs and people can do it for cheaper. You're subsidizing the discount. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if your goal is just to get subs, then yeah, it's still good. Yeah, if you're trying to hit like 10k subs for like max emote slots, or, you know, just any sort of threshold for more emote slots. Our streamers saying they make way more on Kick and YouTube. I mean, YouTube makes a fuck ton of money. If you have a channel that gets like millions of views on each video, you're making like, I don't know, probably, I don't know. YouTube's crazy. Like I think the top YouTubers that get like at least 1 million views per video, they're making like hundreds of thousands like per month. It's YouTube revenue is actually fucking insane. I don't think you make that much from YouTube streaming. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. Like if you have a bunch of people donating, like giving memberships and doing super chats and stuff, then I suppose you could still, you're probably still making you can make a decent bit from YouTube streaming. I mean, it just depends. I mean, the thing about streaming is like how much you make from it largely comes down to like how supportive your community is. And I guess like how much you try to fucking like how much you try to bait for subs and donations and stuff. But for me personally, like I don't really do subathons or anything like that very often. Like at all. Maybe like once a year, maybe twice. But most of my revenue comes from like sponsorships. Sponsorships are really good as a streamer. But anyways, chat, I am freaking tired. I'm gonna go get some dinner. I'll be back tomorrow though. We will continue the marathon. Thank you guys all so much for watching. XQC showed us his revenue. Well, I mean, XQC has like 15,000 viewers though, or like 20. Wait, actually no, it doesn't even have more. I don't know how many viewers XQC has, but he's like the like top streamer on the site. So. Hey, Dixo, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I just realized this song is not. Weird. Queso. Queso is still a mystery to me. Like, how did he blow up so much? Like, I don't fucking get it. Is it just, is it really just because of like YouTube shorts? Like, I don't understand it. Or maybe because of TikTok or something. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like I've kind of missed, well, I don't know. I don't really feel like as a streamer, I appeal to like a super young audience. Maybe I do, but I don't know. I feel like I'm too like mellow and I'm not like enough of like a React streamer or whatever, or a, I don't know. But I do feel like I've kind of missed out. Like I should put more stuff on. I should get somebody to do like TikTok and YouTube shorts for me. The speedrun Gooner audience. Yeah. Yeah. TikTok is for freak creators. Say W more. Yeah, W. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. 6-7. On God. What other fucking what other stupid sayings are there? Dude, I remember I've gone into Queso's chat and I'm like, this is the most like fucking 12-year-old audience I've ever seen. Like, they're all they type W so fucking much. W take, bro. W take. W's. W's in the fucking chat, man. Burnt TV, thank you for the 13 gifted subs. Dixo, thank you for the 29 months. All right. Play Elden Ring now. Bro, I'm ending my stream. But yeah, seriously, thank you for all the support today, guys. Elo, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you again for the 200 gifted subs. If you are, thank you so much, man. Thank you for all the gifted subs today, chat. Poida, Cloud, Mahasandi, thank you guys. Game Junk, thank you for the 5 gifted. I don't know if I actually mentioned that before. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. I don't know if I mentioned Anonymous. I probably did. I don't know. My brain is fucking rotted. Yeah, seriously, thank you for all the subs, guys. We will, I'll be starting my stream at, I don't know, like maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow or something. I want to definitely make sure to start my stream and gift the subs, the matching subs before the sub discount ends. Yeah, I know, it's been a bit of a short stream today. The thing is, though, I need to... Well, I want to finish Stranger Things because I think I only have like 2 episodes left to watch, and I also want to prepare for... there's some games I want to prepare and like watch. I'll take fucking L streamer, bro. I don't care, chat. You'll be disappointed. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking finishing it anyways. All right. Anyways, chat. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Fucking L chatters. God damn it, chat. I need some W chatters in the chat right now. All right. Yeah, there we go. That's good.